Here's Julia Wilkins. Her first at bat of the day. .219 batting average on the season. Apologies if you've had some difficulty hearing us so far in this game, but I think we should be all good. We have one out here in the second inning, as that is a bunt to third base, and the out made. Nice movement there by Nori Kang, the second baseman, to get over to first for the out. Nobody attempts and nobody executes more sacrifice bunts than the Titans do in the CCIW. But we're scoreless here with two outs. With one out in the top of the second. Both teams got runners on base in the first. Couldn't score. Alongside Wheaton senior Stephanie Kishi, I'm Alex Campbell. Thanks so much for joining us here on the Wheaton Thunder Sports Network and the CCIW Network. Conference opener for the Thunder today, as that's a pass ball, and on her way to third base is Maddie Poole. And those are the sort of small mistakes, Stephanie, that if you're Wheaton and you want to break that 12-game losing streak to the Titans, those are the things that come back to bite you.
Yeah, absolutely. Poole now just 60 feet closer to home. I mean, you could get a sacrifice right here. Ground out, fly out. Does not have to be a base hit.
Swung on and drilled into center field, and that will plate Poole. That's an RBI single for Isabella Bosky. So the first run of the day, a leadoff walk, a pass ball, and an RBI single do the trick with the sac bunt sprinkled in. One down is here's Riley McDaniel, sophomore from Orland Park. Another Wheaton player to start every game this season, as fouls that off, 0-1. This Illinois Wesleyan team struggling at the plate by their standards, certainly so far this season, but showing how they can still manufacture runs with some smart small ball. The 0-1 from Dozeman is on the outside corner, strike two. Illinois Wesleyan already more losses this season than they had in all of 2025, where they went 37-9. Three of those losses came in the NCAA tournament, as that is ball one high. So they made it through the regular season and the conference slate with a record of 35-6.
Just incredible, incredible numbers.
The 1-2. Another foul ball. Both pitchers throwing a lot of pitches. We've seen a lot of deep counts here early. Shyla Dozeman, another 1-2 pitch. That's a bouncer in the dirt, ball two. As not biting was McDaniel. McDaniel is actually the conference leader in sacrifice bunts. Not quite as valuable with one out, but she shows it here. 2-2. Low and outside, full count. These full counts have been a feature of the inning and a third we've seen played here today so far. Already getting a sense it might be a day that complete games just aren't in the plans. Dozeman, the 3-2, fouled off.
Yeah, I mean, both hitters, hitters from both teams are just doing a very good job of not expanding that strike zone and fouling off balls and really making the pitchers throw somewhere in their wheelhouse.
Another 3-2 is another walk. The fourth walk surrender today.
The center fielder for the Titans, number 25, Grace Wilkins.
We'll have to check also if that first run goes down as earned due to the error that happened to move the runner. That is just over the fence and foul. And Stephanie's got the stats and can confirm that was an unearned run due to the fact that the runner advanced to base on her way around due to a pass ball. Of course, that run then becomes earned if another player had gotten on base. The 0-1 pitch is a slap to short. Nice throw over to first for out number 2 as the play was made by Ava Hartnett. So that goes down as a fielder's choice. Excuse me, no, as a ground out to short, my apologies. As we go to the top of the order. Runners on second and third and 2 down. Wheaton looking to limit the damage as standing in is Kelsey Bartles.
At bat number 4, Kelsey Bartles.
Excuse me, that was the top of the order. Last player up, number 25. That was Grace Wilkins who grounded out. Bartles last time out hit a grounder to first. Takes outside, 1-1.
Hilliard definitely trying to frame some of those pitches. So it appears that Dozeman is trying to work that outside corner. I mean, she's been trying on both sides of the plate, but unfortunately has only gotten a couple calls her way.
The 1-1. Slap to third. Easy play, easy throw for the out. Play made by Livy Figueroa, but the Thunder do concede the game's first run, and Wheaton will go to the bottom of the second, trailing 1-0. You're watching Thunder Softball here on the CCIW Network. Bottom of the second here at Ruth Leedy Field on the campus of Wheaton College. Thanks so much for joining us for this conference opening doubleheader for the home team. Conference games 3 and 4 of the year for the Thunder. As Kate Welch steps into the batter's box for the first time today and takes low and outside. That ball on the corner, 1-1. One to Welch. Another one on the corner, 1-2. Welch, her batting average is only .227 this year, but OPS a .915 because she's slugging .545. 2 homers, 5 RBIs. Takes outside, 2-2.
Yeah, had a 2-homer game against Wisconsin Lutheran. I was calling that, and that was a fun game to watch her bat kind of come alive, but still looking for that consistency right now.
2-2 outside, another full count. Mentioned earlier that, well, when you couldn't hear us, that Caroline Gatchell coming off a 4-hit, 7-inning shutout of North Central last week. The 3-2 fouled off. We'll do it again. But based on how many pitches she's throwing early, I think we'd be surprised to see her go 7 today. We are then expecting that it will be Gianna Serta, the senior, to go in the second game. Another 3-2 is taken outside for the walk. And that will bring up Livy Figueroa, the senior. Playing third base today. Batting .235 on the season. 2 homers, 10 RBIs. And we have our first runner substitution of the day as McKenna Malika comes in. Malika on the year, 2 for 2, trying to steal bases. And that's on the outside corner, strike 2. That's high, 1-2. One, 2. Fouled, straight back. Good defensive swing there from Figueroa, senior from Escondido, California. Began her softball career at the University of Puget Sound up in Washington. Another 1-2. Another foul ball.
To get another nice swing. That was an off-speed pitch that she recognized when is able to poke it out to get herself another pitch. She's one of the many Wheaton hitters that have a huge choke up during the 2 strikes.
1-2, and that almost hit her in the hands. Third straight foul ball. As Malika remains at first, the freshman. One of those oddities where Malika at first base, she has 1 hit this season, but has scored 10 runs. 1-2, again. Swing and a miss on a changeup, and we've seen that work before today for Gatchel. She gets her 3rd strikeout.
Coming for Wheaton, number 8, Madeline Hillier.
In for strike 1 to Madeline Hillier, the catcher freshman from Lake Elsinore, California. Looking to bounce back from last weekend, went 0 for 6 against the Aurora Spartans. Now going up against the Iwood Titans as that ball low and outside, 1-1. Yet to see Malika have a go at a stolen base from first. Claire Post, though, does have a great arm behind the plate for Illinois Wesleyan.
Yeah, she threw out a CCIW leading 14 runners last year.
And we saw her warming up for this inning from her knees, threw a perfect ball out to second. Anna Beckman didn't even have to move her glove. That's outside, 2-2.
Wheaton is also a team that just doesn't tend to steal as much. They have 24 stolen bases, 24 for 30, compared to opponents who are at 31 stolen bases in 40 attempts.
That ball lined into left and is down for the Thunder's first hit of the game on the single by Hillier. Promise here in the bottom of the second for the Thunder. As stepping in is Kennedy Kemp, the sophomore from Arlington, Texas. Another player who only hitting .258, but a .907 OPS powered by 12 walks. Takes strike one on the fastball.
She's another one of the very patient Wheaton hitters, is not afraid to take a walk. As my mom would say, a walk is just as good as a hit.
Also a smaller strike zone, standing at just 5'1". Low and away, 1-1. Walk as good as a hit, you know, was Little League wisdom for a very long time, and then of course became the conventional wisdom in baseball. All the way at the top level eventually. 1-1. That is lined to first. It's going to be a double play. Nice grab by Isabella Bosky. She tags first base, and that ends the inning. Wheaton threatened, but can't score. We'll head to the third. 1-0 Titans here on the CCIW Network. Casey Wismiller leads off the top of the third inning here at Wheaton. Shyla Dozeman still in the circle for the Thunder as the first pitch is lined down to third base, nabbed on the ground by Figueroa, who makes a great throw across the diamond for out number one.
Figueroa's started a majority of her games at catcher, so really nice versatility there to have someone who can also play third and obviously has the arm from behind the plate to play third to get that out.
Yeah, making her 84th start as a member of the Thunder today. Having versatility helps keep that number going up. As the first pitch here is fouled off over our heads by number 13, Claire Post. Post walked in her first plate appearance. The 0-1 from Dozeman. As a breeze kicks up here, the sun having gone away. Don't anticipate much of a temperature change over the course of the doubleheader today, but clouds and wind could certainly make it feel a bit different. The 1-1 lined into center field is dropping and down for a hit. Just off the end of the bat there by Post, and she's got a single.
We've seen Kennedy Kemp make some amazing Superman-esque plays in center field, but that one was just out of her reach.
As standing in is Beckman. Shows bent, bunt, pulls it back. 1-0.
You know, Alex, you mentioned earlier that IW is a team that is known for their sacrifice hitting, but they also led the CCIW last year with 40 home runs.
That's a really good bunt, and it's going to be a bunt for a hit.
I mean, you're seeing why this is effective for their team, but it just, at least last year, and I'm sure they're trying to last year they hit 40 home runs and also had a lot of sacrifice flies, which I think just made their team so much stronger.
We have a running sub at second base. Paige Veller, freshman from Buffalo Grove, comes in. 2 for 2 on stolen bases this season. Hasn't taken a plate appearance, but has scored 2 runs. First pitch swinging is Maddie Poole, and that ball is foul.
Returning at second base for Illinois Wesleyan, number 16, Paige Veller. At bat, number 17, Maddie Poole.
Poole walked and scored a run. Her first trip. She was the leadoff walk last inning. That's in the dirt. 2-1. That is line to third, and making the play there is Figueroa to get the force out on the fielder's choice. Smart defense there by Livy Figueroa. Two down, first and second still as Julia Wilkins steps in. Had a sacrifice bunt, her first plate appearance, to move Maddie Poole up to second. That's outside, ball 1. The 1-0 from Shyla Dozman. It's taken high. Two-0. Taken for a strike. 2-1, excuse me. Runners on base, left on base totals already adding up here early in this one. Illinois Wesleyan looking to avoid adding 2 more. 2-1. Swung on a chopper to third, gets to short. There's no play, and everyone's safe. That'll go down as an infield hit as everybody moves up and loads the bases here with 2 outs. Stepping in, Isabella Bosky. Bosky had that RBI single to plate the game's only run so far last inning. Can she add to that RBI total? First pitch, inside, 1-0.
Sorry,
I was going to say, no, Stephanie, this feels like an early, really pivotal point in this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can Wheaton get out of this? That is high, 2-0.
That last play was just unfortunate. Kind of split Figueroa and Hartnett, and then Hartnett was just unable to corral that ball quick enough to have a play at first.
Yeah,
Get
no error
Wilkins.
there.
Yeah,
just,
it wasn't an error.
just a well-placed ground ball in the end. The 2-0 is taken right down the middle, 2-1. Should note, Bosque has grounded into 2 double plays this season. The entire Illinois Wesleyan team has grounded into 4. Or hit into, I should say. The 2-1, big swing, straightaway center, back to the track and making the catch. Out in center field is Kennedy Kemp. Wheaton fans held their breath there, but in the end, Illinois Wesleyan leave the bases loaded. We'll go to the bottom of the third. Still just 1-0 Titans in this game 1 of our doubleheader. Bottom of the third, and Wheaton will look to make it count after Shyla Dozeman in the Thunder defense got out of a bases loaded jam in the top of the third. And for the Thunder, we will start with the number 9 hitter. This is Soleil Weaver. Weaver, sophomore from Whitmore Lake, Michigan. Shows bunt, pulls it away. Three strikeouts and 2 walks from Caroline Gatchell in the center circle over the first 2 innings. Only 1 hit allowed. That bunt is right back to her. Throws to the second baseman covering. That's Bartles for out number 1. To the top of the order we go for the Thunder. Ava Hartnett struck out looking on a full count. Her first time up. So often a catalyst for this Wheaton team. Takes a fastball for strike 1. Swing in the second pitch, just flares this out to the right side, and Bartles again makes the play for out number 2. Nori Kang steps in. She walked her first at bat.
Now batting for Wheaton, number 17, Nori Kang.
Kang now with 12 walks on the season. The 1-0 from Gatchell. Swung on and popped straight in the air. Players converging, calling everybody else off is Wismiller. And the Thunder go 1, 2, 3 in the third. We'll head to the fourth. Still just 1-0 Illinois Wesleyan here on the CCIW Network. To the fourth we go. Alex Campbell and Stephanie Kishi with you here on the Wheaton Thunder Sports Network and the CCIW Network. Thanks so much for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Riley McDaniel will lead off the inning for the Titans. The number 9 hitter walked her first appearance. She swings at the first pitch and grounds out to second base as Kang made the play. Continuing the theme of the top of the inning with a quick out. Top of the order we go for the Thunder. Grace Wilkins has walked, stolen a base, and ground out to shortstop. Shows bunt, pulls it away, ball 1. Taking a strike that time is Grace Wilkins. Wilkins earned a spot in the starting lineup for this excellent Wesleyan team as a freshman. Started 43 of 46 games she played her first year on the team. The 1-1 from Dozeman is in the dirt, 2-1. As charging in from third there in preparation was Livy Figueroa, who's already had a busy defensive day. The 2-1 is bunted down the first base line. Dozeman tries to scoop, and that's just well executed on the bunt single by Grace Wilkins to get aboard.
Yeah, that was just perfectly placed. I'm just trying to think. I didn't see Kate Welch charging that much either because Dozeman actually had to run quite far to pick up that ball, and a little surprised that I didn't see someone else there. But, I mean, I guess Welch was covering first, so as you said, Alex, well-placed bunt.
Bartle steps in. Runner went back to the pitcher, and that is high, and that's going to be an error on the pitcher. And the runners advance to second and third. So that just goes down as a straight error, as Bartles was going to be out at first. And now runners in scoring position at second and third with only 1 out. And Casey Wismiller stepping in. Wismiller has flown out to left and grounded out to third base. Shown to be a pull hitter so far, and the outfield shifting accordingly a little bit. But mostly just playing very deep, especially Kemp in center is way deep. All the outfielders back as ball 1 is high. And you wonder how much of a conversation, Stephanie, there was about an intentional walk here.
I mean, Post is just such a good hitter behind her that I don't know if I would either risk that with just 1 out.
Right, as that's a fastball on the inside half of the plate for strike 1. Now, I got to imagine that's the decision making. You'd rather take on Wismiller with 2 on than Post with 3. Wismiller no slouch though. Batting .319 coming into today. The 1-1 takes maybe just up. 2-1. Two ones, swung on and missed. Way out in front of that one was Wismiller. Good change of speeds from Dozeman. 2-2. The 2-2. Taken up and away. Full count. 3-2 is high, ball 4, but only minimal harm done, really, as that'll bring up Post with the bases loaded. Meanwhile, Shyla Dozeman still looking for her first strikeout today. 4 walks and 5 hits conceded, plus the error.
Number 13, Claire Post.
Minor miracle, honestly, Stephanie, that Illinois Wesleyan only have 1 run with that many base runners.
Yeah, I would agree.
Post swings the first pitch, hits it off the pitcher. Can she get home in time? There's no play. And it's another infield single in the end, and it plates a run. And that's, again, just unfortunate. No one made a mistake, but a run scores on what will technically be an RBI single for Claire Post.
Yeah, there's just been some, do we use the word lucky in these situations? They're just well placed. Let's use the word well placed hits for
the batting average on balls in play is going in Illinois Wesleyan's favor so far. And we don't keep stats that advanced in Division III college softball, but you would not expect Illinois Wesleyan to have had 11 base runners in this game already. And they've only got 2 runs, but 3 of those 11 are on the base paths right now as Beckman steps in. Beckman to third. Throw comes home for out number 1 to first. And the ball gets away. Runner coming home will make it 3-0 on the error. So a second error of the first inning. This one will go, I think it'll go against Welch at first. And that makes it 3-0. As now that bunt single and the first error have both scored. And I'd have to ask somebody who knows scoring better than me. I don't know if a fielder's choice plus an error at first gets you an RBI if you're Anna Beckman. But Beckman is now standing on second base.
My guess is because the run scored on the error that you wouldn't get that
credit.
That credit. That would be my guess, but
And we'll have
I
to
too am not an expert.
Yeah, after the thing, we'll also have to check what the earned run status is for Dozeman, given that she made one of the errors that is now scored. So you would assume both those runs have been earned. That's high, 2-1. Maddie Poole at the plate, a walk, a run scored, and a fielder's choice. Looking to be on base a third time. The 2-1. Change up. In there for a strike, 2-2. The 2-2. Fouled straight back. Wheaton in the bottom of the 4th will have Abby Whitehead, Mia Reinhart, and Kate Welch. So the heart of the order. They'll be hoping to get at least a run or 2 back. Dozeman, another 2-2 here to Poole. Strike 3, and what a time for Dozeman to get her first strikeout of the day to end the inning and hold the Thunder to just 2 runs. They leave 2 more on base after 3.5, though. It's the visitors in front 3-0 here on the CCIW Network. The Wheaton Thunder coming to the plate here in the fourth inning, trailing 3-0 to the reigning conference champions in their first conference game of the year here on the CCIW Network. Alex Campbell and Stephanie Kishi with you. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon as Abby Whitehead will look to get something going here for Wheaton, and she takes a changeup for strike one. Was sitting fastball all the way and wasn't going to be able to do anything once she realized Gatchell was going another direction. After two very long innings, Gatchell got out of that third inning in only about 5 pitches. That's outside, 1-1. Whitehead, her first at bat, struck out. Just a nasty, nasty sinker. That's blown away, 2-1. Breeze picking back up here. Not enough to affect much out there, I wouldn't say. 2-1 is fouled off near the hands on the bat. 2-2. The 2-2 from Gatchell to Whitehead is a bouncer in the dirt, full count. Whitehead 11 walks on the season. The 3-2 pitch is hammered into deep left field. She puts her hand in the air because it's way out of here. Home run for Abby Whitehead, her conference leading 5th of the season, and the Thunder are on the board.
What a way to respond for Wheaton through Abby Whitehead to get on the board, cut the deficit to 2 with 3 innings left.
Just a no-doubter to left field, was sitting fastball on 3-2, got the pitch she was looking for, and hammered it over the left field fence. Can that be a spark that the Thunder needed? Just the second hit that Gatchell has conceded. Reinhardt steps in and takes strike one. Reinhardt choked up on the bat and punches that ball into right field for a base hit. Something brewing potentially here in the fourth for the Thunder, who again not only have not beat Illinois Wesleyan in their last 12 tries, they've never beaten them on this field. Exact numbers vary because according to Illinois Wesleyan stats, these teams have played 63 times, and according to Wheaton stats, they've only played 44. That's outside. 2-0. I think this might be the first 2-0 count a Wheaton hitter's seen today.
You might be right on that one, Alex.
Gatchell has not been getting behind in counts. She has seen a lot of deep counts. The 2-0 is on the corner. 2-1. The 2-1 to Welch. Takes a fastball, 2-2. Welch looking to atone for an error in the top of the inning. 2-2 against Gatchell. Swung on down the line, that's foul. Wind is picking up a bit now, as you see from behind home plate. The wind is blowing in from right field, which is a bit unconventional. It's blowing almost straight out of the east. This ball lifted down the left field line, back to the fence, it's gone again, we're tied! 2-run home run for Kate Welch, her third of the season, 3-3.
We got ourselves a ball game here at Ruth Leedy Field. I was just thinking about how this is Gatchell's first or second time through the heart of the lineup, and I was curious to see how she would do. And it looks like Wheaton have made adjustments on her, and they're working.
Great patience shown once again in that at bat.
As a reminder, on home runs and foul balls, please return them to the slot behind the third base dugout. Now batting for Wheaton, number 13, Libby Figueroa.
Figueroa steps in. Still nobody out here in the fourth, and 3 runs in on 2 home runs. Figueroa swings at the first pitch and fouls it off. Now 13 home runs as a team this season for the Wheaton Thunder. That ball is also going to be fouled off down the right side. 0-2. Oh, and 2. Just high. 1-2. Ground ball up the middle. Is there a play to be made there? There is. Great defensive work there by Kelsey Bartles for out number 1. That'll bring up Madeline Hillier. Singled her first at bat.
Number 8, Madeline Hillier.
1 down here in the fourth, and a tie ball game. First pitch swinging, Bartles. That's Bartles' third putout in the last 5 outs. Kennedy Kemp comes up. Lined into a double play at first base in her first plate appearance. Takes high, ball 1. Take in for a strike. 1-1. So far this season, though, Stephanie, this Illinois Wesleyan team, they just haven't been hitting like we're used to seeing. And Wheaton just trying to outslug them today. Not sure where that missed, but it's called ball 2. The 2-1. Kemp takes. Strike 2. Two. Bouncer in the dirt. Full count.
Yeah, Illinois Wesleyan, counting these 3 runs, I think I've scored about 87 runs on the year, and Wheaton have 131.
Strike 3 and a high fastball. But Wheaton have tied the game behind 2 home runs. We'll go to the 5th. It's 3-all here at Ruth Leedy on the CCIW Network. To the top of the fifth we go, and some research you might be interested in. I said that as far as Wheaton's record showed, Illinois, they had never beat Illinois Wesleyan here. It did happen once in 1983. As first pitch swinging, seeing eye, chopper in the left field as Julia Wilkins singles to lead off the inning. So if Wheaton were to win this game today, it would be the first win for them against Illinois Wesleyan on this field in certainly all the players' lifetimes, most of the coaches' lifetimes. Basically, you'd have to be 42 years old or older to have maybe seen it. It is great to see, though, the record keeping in the CCIW. You know, with some sports, you can see records going back to literally the 19th century. There's some men's basketball games that were being contested between the schools in this conference in the 1890s. Here's another bunt. Throw to first for out number 1 on the ground out. And we'll call it a sack bunt in the end by Bosky.
Nice scoop there by Kang to make sure that ball didn't squirt away because Figueroa's throw was in the dirt.
Number 9, the 9 hitter, Riley McDaniel steps in. McDaniel, a walk and a ground out to second. Swinging at the first pitch and lining it into left and floating over to make the grab. Down left field is Soleil Weaver for out number 2.
Yeah, just a nice read by Weaver out there. That ball was sliced by McDaniel, but it did hang, so Weaver was able to make that play fairly easily, but still, pretty wicked curve.
Back to the top of the order, a 4th at bat in 5 innings already for Grace Wilkins, and again, really underscores the number of players left on base by Illinois Wesleyan. By my count now, they've had 12 base runners and scored 3 runs. So they're averaging more than, if this inning ends this way, well, yeah, they're averaging over 2 runners left on per inning. This is into foul territory.
Think a bit of a ribbing from the Wheaton dugout. That Hartnett made a slide into the fence over there on the third base side, and Figueroa, who is the third baseman, didn't. So just a little bit of fun.
Love that aggression. The 1-1 pitch is slapped. High bouncer to second. Can Kang make the play? No. Runners coming home. Plate the plate. Safe. And one Wilkins twin bats in the other. It's an RBI single for Grace, and Julia scores.
Really nice base running by Julia Wilkins on that one. I mean, the throw actually had her beat. Just unfortunately, Hillier could not quite make that turn around. But good aggression on with 2 outs to put Illinois Wesleyan back up by 1.
And the Twins showing their speed as Wesleyan retake the lead, and that's a bunt foul by Bartles. 4-3 now for Wheaton.
Yeah, it definitely helps that both of them are left-handed. Having that extra step into the box, it almost makes it unfair because they're so quick to begin with. And, yeah, they just have a step closer, maybe 2.
7 hits, 4 walks, 2 errors. The Wesleyan base runners throw down to second on the steal attempt is late, and that is a stolen base for Wilkins. It's her second today. Brings her season total to 13 out of 16 attempts. Wind now blowing in straight from center field. The 1-1 pitch is lifted into shallow left field, dropping, and on to make the catch was Weaver. Illinois Wesleyan retake the lead. Back and forth we go here in Wheaton. It's 4-3 Titans as we head to the bottom of the 5th. You're watching CCIW Softball on the CCIW Network. Pinch hitter for the Thunder to begin the bottom of the 5th. This is Bella Giles, freshman from San Jose, California. And she'll hit a ground ball to first for out number 1 on the first pitch.
Now pitching for the Titans, Mallory Holland.
We also have a new pitcher in the game, Mallory Holland. 6-foot-tall junior from Shelbyville, Illinois. 4-4 record on the year, a staggering 2.17 ERA. She has been excellent in 38 2/3 innings pitched, or I should say now in 39 innings pitched. Tie for ball 1.
Yeah, and she is the reigning CCIW Pitcher of the Year. Last year, she went 8-2 with a 1.48 ERA and 85 1/3 innings pitched. She gave up a total of 28 runs, 18 of them were earned. I mean, those are just like video game numbers. Oh, and she also had 7 saves on that too.
Right.
So not only can she start, she can also close out games, just like what she's trying to do right now.
She is the conference leader in ERA right now at 2.17. 16 strikeouts, but 13 walks. She'll want to get that number to decrease its rate of rise. Two and two count here. To the leadoff hitter, Ava Hartnett. Ava, a strikeout and a pop out to second base so far. Fouls off another one onto the street, over toward John Bean Stadium. Another 2-2 is low, full count. Holland, again, if you think her 2.17 ERA right now is good, her career ERA is 2.09. Again, reflecting that Pitcher of the Year award last year. Another foul ball. Count stays full. Another ball over toward John Bean Stadium. Football season in the CCIW, just 5 months away. The 3-2 again is another foul ball off to the right.
Yeah, Hartnett's having a little bit of issue truly catching up to that ball, which is why she's fouling them all off toward the right side of the field. But, I mean, she's hanging in there. And she's worked to full count. And this has got to be, what, pitch 10, maybe even 11?
A third 3-2. Down the right field line into foul territory, and not catching up to it is the right fielder, McDaniel. A 4-3-2 is high, ball 4.
What an at-bat.
And the leadoff hitter for the Thunder gets aboard for the first time today. Nori Kang steps in. Kang has walked and popped out. Takes high. That looked like a belt-high fastball from our view, but umpire said it was up.
I didn't also hear too much chatter from the
The Illinois Wesleyan fans. That's in there for a strike. Throw down to second is behind the bag, and that's a stolen base for Ava Hartnett, her 5th of the season. So runner on second now with 1 down. And a 1-1 count to Kang. Shows bunt, and too much speed on that pitch for her to move the bat in time. It's the advantage of the physics that come with being 6 foot tall if you're Mallory Holland. Gets a lot on that fastball. The 1-2 is high, 2-2. It's interesting, the only real blemish on her record for her career, again, a 1.48 ERA last year, She has more walks than she has strikeouts, so she relies on a lot of outs on balls in play. That's fouled off. Stays 2-2.
Yeah, and I feel like just in baseball or softball, whenever you have so much speed, it seems to be the pattern that you have a tiny bit harder time of controlling that.
Grounder to third by Kang. Runner has looked back and now takes off for third. Hartnett slides in. She is still no call. She's out, says the home plate umpire. I was looking at the other ump. What a throw. It's a double play, and it ends the inning. We'll go to the 6th. Wheaton lead by 1 here. Wheaton trail by 1 here at home. And we'll head to the top of the 6th inning as Illinois Wesleyan look to hold their lead. Top of the 6th inning here at Wheaton. Soleil Weaver has gone back in the game at left field after being pinch hit for, as that is strike 1 from Shyla Dozeman, as leading off the inning is number 11, Casey Wismiller. One from Dozeman now into her 6th inning of work. This is fouled on the right field line. Dozeman on the season has 4 complete games in her 7 starts, so it wouldn't be shocking to see her go the distance here. Her job is to try to hold Illinois Wesleyan to 4 and hope her offense can get a couple of runs. The 1-2 pitch is lined into the gap in left center field. Diving, trying to make the play. Out in center was Kemp, and this is a stand-up double on an absolute rope from Wismiller. I think that's the first non-single or home run we've seen today.
That's what I was just thinking.
First non-home run extra base hit. And that is double number 3 on the year for Wismiller. As now Post steps in. A walk, 2 singles, and a run batted in. Been a good day at the plate for the catcher, which I suppose is fitting. She takes a low, ball 1.
I've mentioned this before on the broadcast, Alex, with a couple games back, but when I played softball, I remember talking to this coach who believed that catchers should be the best hitters because they see the strike zone that the umpire's calling. Hopefully they have, theoretically, I guess, they have better pitch recognition because you're watching the pitchers come into your glove, but obviously that's not always the case.
Oh, and again, it's also a bit of a, you hope, an offset because catchers usually, to no fault of their own, are not your fleetest of foot on the base path.
Sure,
so being able to get the ball in play and get on base despite that is a big advantage to having a catcher. 2-0. Lined into center field, into the right field gap this time. This is going to go to the wall as well. She's digging for second. She'll slide in with an RBI double. Back-to-back 2-baggers. Adds another run for Wheaton. Second RBI of the day for Post. Now 11 for her on the season. And you wonder if we might see a pitching change soon here for Wheaton, as those last 2 have been absolutely tagged.
Now batting for the Titans, number 5, Anna Beckman.
We'd expect Dylan Watson to start in game 2 for Wheaton, which would leave you the options of Gracie Rockness, most likely out of the pen, or maybe Iris Jones.
I know Tori Barber also pitches, so perhaps Tori as well. My guess would be Jones, because Kemp also pitches, but Kemp is obviously not warming up as she's in center right now.
Yeah, you mentioned Barber, the senior, has thrown 5 2/3 innings this year. Jones has thrown 4 2/3. Rockness, excuse me, not a pitcher. I was looking at my roster wrong, so would be Jones or Barber. That bunt is straight back to the pitcher. Throw to first for the out. And the sacrifice moves the runner to third. And is out number 1. Maddie Poole will step in. Poole a walk, a fielder's choice, and a strikeout.
17, Maddie Poole.
The runner at third is Post. Strike 1. Low inside corner. Wheaton once again looking to limit the damage. Nine hits, though, now in the game for the Titans.
They've been a mix of some infield hits, showing off their wheels, and the last couple, as you've seen, some very hard hits, I should say.
And that takes a double deflection. It's fielded at short. The throw's going to be late, and that's going to be an infield single and an RBI. RBI number 3 of the year for Poole, and I think that might be it for Shyla Dozman, who again has hung in there really tough today, gotten out of some tough spots, but the Titans have just kind of been all over her pitches here in the 6th inning, and still only 1 down and another run in. We're going to see a change here, and Iris Jones is going to come out of the bullpen. So a final line on the day. 10 hits allowed, 4 walks, 1 strikeout, 6 runs allowed, 5 of them earned. Just kind of got nickeled and dimed, honestly, until this inning. Those doubles really the first real barreled balls we've seen all day today, but now it's a 3-run lead for the visitors.
Yeah, and those.
Got a pinch runner for Illinois Wesleyan. That's Olivia Sutton, the freshman. Meanwhile, Iris Jones, the sophomore from Monument, Colorado, comes into the game. 4 2/3 pitched this season. In 4 appearances, has made 1 start. Pitched in 11 games last year with a 2.94 ERA. Last weekend against Aurora, 2/3 of an inning, 2 earned runs and 3 hits.
We were talking during a break, Alex, that, Illinois Wesleyan had left so many batters left on base, but they really capitalized on Wheaton's mistakes, especially going back to that 4th inning. And now they're just showing they're hitting right now, which is just not a great sign for Wheaton. So hopefully Jones can shore things up and get those 2 outs so that we can get back in the dugout and hopefully score some runs of their own.
Got a pinch runner at first. And that's throw, just not quite in time. We'll score it away, but it's a stolen base for the pinch runner. That's Sutton. That's her 2nd stolen base of the season. That's what she's in there to do, the freshman. As at the plate is Julia Wilkins. Wilkins, 2 singles, a run scored, and a sac bunt. The 1-0. Pulls away on the bunt, called strike one. And to your point about the runners left on base, in a lot of ways, you can only dodge that particular bullet for so long. The 1-1 from Jones is high, 2-1. Jones with the 2-1. That is a bouncer short of the batter's boxes. 3-1 count. On deck for Illinois Wesleyan is Isabella Bosky, who's got an RBI single on her card today. That's taken outside, ball 4. And Iris Jones issues a walk on the first batter she sees, and now stepping in with 2 on is Bosky, freshman from Huntley, Illinois. And again, she has half of the double plays that Illinois Wesleyan have hit into this year, and boy, could Wheaton use her to do that again. Ball 1 is in the dirt. And that's high, 2-0. Change up, strike 1. 2-1 count here. Julia Wilkins at first. Poole at second. That's ball 3. Second game of the doubleheader today, scheduled to start at 4. It's looking like that is quite unlikely. We'll give you an estimate at the end of this one of when we think the first pitch of game 2 will be. And that's high for ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Back-to-back walks from Jones. And a meeting on the mound, in the circle, I should say, from the entire Wheaton infield. As up to bat now is we're going to see a pinch hitter for the number 9 hitter. So in place of Riley McDaniel, this is Jillian Ballard, sophomore from Roselle, Illinois. Ballard hitting .273 on the year, 6 RBIs and 2 runs scored.
Pitch hitting for the Titans, number 21, Jillian Ballard.
Should know she has 3 doubles on the year. And a chance for Illinois Wesleyan to break this game open here in the 6th. Jones, all importantly, gets a strike. And some encouragement there from the first baseman, Kate Welch. Well, reminding everybody that if you get the ball, that ball is going home no matter who you are. Swung on and missed, strike 2. Grace Wilkins, the leadoff hitter on deck. The 0-2 is lifted in the air, shallow left toward foul territory. And a good run and a good effort by Ava Hartnett, but it's just a foul ball in the end, and the count stays 0-2.
That would have been a pretty epic catch if she had made it. The kind of over-the-shoulder catch. Not quite a basket catch, but...
Would have been an impressive play, but also might have been an opportunity for our runner to tag and score.
That's true. We have seen that they are very aggressive on the base paths.
Another 0-2 here, Iris Jones to Jillian Bollard. Bollard waited on that one, lines it to right for the out. Tagging and scoring is Sutton. And that makes it 7-3. So the sacrifice fly by Bollard makes it 7-3. And we're going to see another pinch hitter. And this is going to be interesting. This is Bella Pinter. Bella Pinter, who was one of, without question, one of the best hitters in the CCIW last year. Had an 11-16 OPS, 32 RBIs on 7 home runs, but is just 2 for 23 at the plate so far this season. Runners at second and third with 2 down. Swings at the first pitch and pops it up. First base side, King calls everybody off, and it's the out, but 3 score for Illinois Wesleyan. And now as we go to the bottom of the 6th, the Wheaton offense will need a response. 7-3 to the visitors here on the CCIW network. Bottom of the 6th, and we have an interesting pitching change. The Illinois Wesleyan ace, Gianna Serta, senior from Third Lake, Illinois, is in the game. Serta 4-2 on the year, 2.64 ERA. 2-time first-team All-CCIW the last 2 years. First pitch is low and away, ball 1, and in this inning we're going to see all the run production that's happened today for Wheaton. It will be Whitehead, Reinhardt, and Welch. They scored all 3 runs. That was in the 4th inning. A solo homer by Whitehead, a single by Reinhardt, and then a 2-run homer by Welch. And that's been the Wheaton offense today. The 1-1 is a bouncer. But Stephanie, really surprising to see Serta out there, given that we had her penciled in to start the next game, and maybe she still will, but really surprising given the ease she handled it with, that Mallory Holland only went in for 1 inning, did not allow a base runner, and goes right back to the dugout.
Yeah, perhaps maybe Holland is starting the next game.
This is hammered down the right field line, bending foul, and running out of room to make the catch was the right fielder. That's McDaniel who has re-entered, as has Grace Wilkins. So both the pinch hitter and the pinch runner, everybody's back in.
But yeah, if Serta is to be the starting pitcher of game 2, I mean, Wheaton potentially will have almost all of their hitters have the opportunity to already look at her before the game has even started. But to be fair, she will have a chance to look at all the Wheaton hitters.
This is a soft ground ball to third. Across the diamond. First baseman came off the bag. And I think that's going to go down as an error. That'll be an E5 on Wismiller. And Wheaton will take a base runner any way they can get it.
Yeah, we've talked about Illinois Wesleyan really punishing Wheaton's mistakes, and hopefully Wheaton can do the same. They can capitalize as well.
First error of the day committed by Illinois Wesleyan. To your point, Stephanie, can Wheaton capitalize on a rare, really rare defensive miscue from a team that just frankly doesn't make them? First pitch is high to Reinhardt. Reinhardt has grounded out and singled and then scored on the Welch home run. Right at the knees, strike one. And from an Illinois Wesleyan perspective, putting Gianna Serta in the game is all well and good if she quickly gets through an inning or two. It becomes a much different conversation if she gets stuck out there throwing, 30-plus pitches. This is popped straight up, first base side, and caught for out number 1 by Bosky. And stepping in now is Welch, having hit that home run right down the left field line last time up. Welch also with a walk. Takes a first pitch, fastball, strike. A bit of a riser there from Serta. More heat outside this time, 1-1. That ball's in the dirt, gets away from the catcher, and Whitehead is off to second base on the pass ball. That is high, 3-1. And that's ball 4. So 2 aboard with 1 out now for the Thunder here against Serta as Livy Figueroa steps in.
Yeah, and that was Claire Post's second pass ball all season.
And we're actually maybe not going to see Figueroa here. Haven't seen anybody else emerge from the dugout yet, though, and it is going to be a pinch hitter. For the record, Figueroa on the day had struck out and grounded out to second, so they'll try to mix it up here. As stepping to the plate, this is Natalie McCagran, the freshman from Frisco, Texas. She's only batted 9 times this season, but she has a home run, 4 RBIs, and an OPS of 1361. So you understand the decision here. Wind really whipping now. First pitch. Some venom on that fastball from Serta for strike 1. This ball is lifted into left field. Coming on to make the catch for out number 2 is Julia Wilkins. So with 2 down, Madeline Hillier will step in. The catcher has a single and a line out in this game. She takes strike 1. You really felt like, Stephanie, coming into this inning, that the Thunder needed to get something from this bottom of the 6th. Because Illinois Wesleyan will be licking their chops at the opportunity to pad the lead in the 7th. 0-2. As after a shaky start to the inning, Serta looks dialed in. This ball is softly punched down the line and foul. Would have been real dangerous, would have played it at least 1. Had it dropped inside the white line, or on it, I suppose. And this one is grounded foul to the left side.
Went with some off speed on that one. Hillier just able to make contact. I'd have to imagine Serta's got to go back with the fastball on this pitch. Maybe a rise ball or something, get Hillier to swing.
Another 0-2. Taken, strike 3, fastball. And Serta gets out of trouble. A mark of a really good pitcher to not let a wobble like that get to you. She throws another 0 on the scoreboard in the home team runs column. We will head to the 7th. It's 7-3 for the Wheaton Thunder, trailing the Illinois Wesleyan Titans here on the CCIW network. To what may be the last inning in game number 1 of our doubleheader as we approach the scheduled start time of game number 2. Alongside Stephanie Kishi, I'm Alex Campbell. Thanks for joining us here on this increasingly chilly Friday as Kelsey Bartles steps into the batter's box after Illinois Wesleyan sent 8 batters to the plate and scored 3 runs last inning. Bartles 2 ground outs, reached on an error and scored a run, and then flew out to left. Holds back 2-0 as Iris Jones remains in the circle for Wheaton. The 2-0. And they're going to say that Bartles went around 2-1.
Her bat reminds me of one of those like rocket pops you get from the ice
Yeah, I was
cream.
going to say, it's very popsicle.
Yes.
Jones with the 2-1. It's a bunt, and that ball just stops dead. That is perfect execution. Another bunt single for the Thunder, and Bartles is aboard.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier, Alex, that Illinois Wesleyan, by their standards, just have not been batting to the capabilities, perhaps, or the echelon they reached last season, I should say. But they are showing today why their game of small ball is making all the difference.
Is the first hit that Jones has allowed after she walked the first 2 batters she saw, but then got out of trouble. Other than the sac fly. That's high. Ball 1. One count here to Wismiller. Off speed, low, throw down to second, and in with the stolen base is Bartles. Her first today, her 6th of the season. Now 6 out of 8.
Yeah, that was just such a hard ball for Hillier to try and catch the runner. I mean, Bartles had a good jump, but perhaps if that ball was a bit faster, might have had a closer shot, but.
2-1 is lined into the gap in right center field and down for a base hit. Runner coming around is Bartles, and she will score. It's an RBI single for Wismiller, who gets in on the RBI party today. And that makes it 8-3. And here come more changes from Amanda Fazzari. And it looks like we might see another pitching change here in the 7th. And coming out of the dugout, it's going to be number 19. So again, the presumed starter for Wheaton in the next game is also going to get a quick run out here. And this actually looks like this might not simply be a tactical situation. This looks like it might, maybe she's feeling something there, Jones, with the way she was talking to the coaching staff. And so we'll get a look here at Dylan Watson, freshman, making her 11th appearance of the season, a 3.42 ERA. Interestingly, has not hit a batter this season, one of a handful of pitchers in the nation with as many innings as her to not have done that yet. She's only allowed 1 triple and no home runs. Freshman out of Valor Christian High School, native of Castle Rock, Colorado. Has already pitched 45 innings this year. And the first batter Watson will face is Claire Post. 2 walks, an RBI single, a double, and a run scored. Swings to the first pitch and grounds it to short, and that's gotten away from Hartnett. And that's just a good old-fashioned E6. Might have been thinking about the double play possibility before she had fielded the ball. That also means that Post is now on base for a 5th time today.
Now batting number 5, Anna Beckman.
Nobody out here in the 7th. A bunt single has come around to score. This is back to the pitcher, and she'll overthrow it to third. Consecutive errors played a run as trotting into second base. For the 2nd time getting to second base today with no credit is Anna Beckman. As Wismiller scores, I assume they'll charge the air to the pitcher. And 2 errors since Watson has entered. And that plates another run. A game that looked really promising at one point for the Thunder has just gotten away from them. Strike one. See, Watson just kind of short-armed that throw to third.
Yeah.
And Figueroa couldn't stretch to bring it in. Another ball in play. This one is scooped up. Throw to first for out number one, but another run scores. So the first of those errors comes around. That's an unearned run against Watson. Second RBI of the day for Matty Poole. And we have a pinch hitter here for Julia Wilkins.
For Illinois Wesleyan, the pinch hitter, number 3, Margot Geary.
This is Margot Geary, the junior from St. Charles, making her 10th game appearance of the season. Just her second at bat, though. And she takes on the outside corner for strike one. And that's a bouncer for ball one. 10-3 the score now. No matter what happens, though, the run rule won't end up applying because we're in the top of the inning, and Wheaton will bat in the bottom of the seventh. They'll need to score a whole bunch. The 1-1 is high, 2-1. And the way the end of this game is going, Stephanie, if you're Wheaton, you're going to just have to have a short memory going into the second game of this doubleheader.
Absolutely.
The 2-1 from Watson is fouled down the first base side.
I think especially with some of those defensive miscues and just some plays that should have been made. Unfortunately, a couple rush throws from the pitchers and yeah, just not as steady as you would have liked.
It's just frustrating also as well to give up runs on. Here's this inning so far. Bunt single, RBI single, error, ground out that played it a run. That's fouled off. Stays 2-2.
Yeah, out of the 82 runs that Wheaton pitchers have allowed, not including this game, 54 of them have been earned.
That difference is bigger than you want it to be. That's a called strike three for out number two. Only the second strikeout of the day for a Thunder pitcher. No, but that tells the story there, Stephanie. That's 28 unearned runs in 18 games. Not exactly what you want to see. 2 outs. Blown away. Ball 1 to Bosky. Bosky on the day. RBI single. Fly out to center. Sacrifice and a walk. That's high. Ball 2. The 2-0. Strike. Runner at third is Beckman. The 2-1 from Watson. In the dirt, 3-1. In the bottom of the seventh, Wheaton will have scheduled to hit Reinhard. Excuse me. We'll get back to that in a second. I was looking at the wrong team's card for a second. His ball is chopped too short. Throw to first is in time for out number 3, and that ends the inning, but not before 3 more go up on the board for the visitors. And if this game's going to keep going, we need 7 in the bottom of the 7th. Can they do it? Stay with us to see here on the CCAW Network. Bottom of the 7th time here, and Kennedy Kemp will lead off for Wheaton, facing Gianna Serta, who gets one in for strike 1. Started a little slow, Serta, when she came into the game last inning, and then settled down and kept the Thunder off the board. Kemp flies us into shallow right, calling off number 4 Bartles, was number 9 McDaniel to make the catch for out number 1.
Number 2, Soleil Weaver.
And Soleil Weaver steps in now. She has grounded out once. She was pinch hit for her last at bat. So her only at bat of the game came in the 3rd, and she grounded out to the pitcher. 1-0 count. Takes on the outside corner, 1-1. We are hoping that game 2 will start right about 30 minutes after this one ends. Swung on and missed, 1-2. As changing speeds with Serta. The 1-2. High. That's high. 3-2. Full count from Serta to Weaver. At the knees for strike 3. Two strikeouts for Serta since coming in. Wheaton down to their last out. And it's the leadoff hitter, Ava Hartnett. Strikeout, fly out, walk. Her 3 plate appearances so far. Takes inside, ball 1. Again, this is a game that the Thunder were tied 3-3 after 4 innings. 7-0 Illinois Wesleyan since. Ball 2. And that's in there for strike 1, 2-1. Again, we think it will be Serta against Watson in the circles to start game 2, but the way this has gone, it's anyone's guess. Again, given that Mallory Holland only threw 1 inning, will we see her start and then Serta come in that second game? We'll wait and see. Holland has made 6 starts this season, so it wouldn't be unprecedented. 3-1 the count to Hartnett. Hartnett swinging, lines this one towards center field. On to make the catch for the final out of the game is the center fielder Grace Wilkins, and that will do it in game 1. Illinois Wesleyan get the 10-3 victory for their 13th win of the season, 3-0 in conference play. Stephanie Kishi, as we sum up this first game, again, I think it's Wheaton being punished for their mistakes and then Illinois Wesleyan biding their time and eventually just showing how talented they are as a team.
Yeah, I would agree. Wheaton hung in there until about the 6th inning when just a bunch of errors, unfortunately, and some well-placed balls. We mentioned that quite frequently down them. So, as we mentioned earlier as well, a short-term memory because they got to get back and play the second game, which hopefully they will win.
We're going to take a quick break. We're going to go get warm, and we'll see you in 20 to 30 minutes.
for the Titans, number 25, Grace Wilkins.
All right, we are back and ready to go here. Game 2 underway. Went from not a whole lot going on to moving very quickly as the sun peeks out. What a welcome development that is. It is chilly this afternoon. And up to bat to lead things off as she did in the first game of the day is number 25, Grace Wilkins. Wilkins in that first game. Walk, ground out, bunt single when she scored, bunt a single for an RBI, and then a fly out. She chops this to second base, and the put out by Nori Kang for out number 1. And the circle for Wheaton, as we expected, is Dylan Watson. 3-2 on the year, now her 12th appearance officially after coming in late in the last game. Showing bunt and taking strike 1 is Kelsey Bartles. Only one change has been made by Illinois Wesleyan. We'll get to that in a few minutes, as we're going to see Jillian Ballard from the start in this one in place of Maddie Poole. Also, Wheaton has a flex in their lineup now. And we'll get to those developments as we reach them. Nice block behind home plate there by the catcher Hilliard. Recap the defense here in a moment for Wheaton. The 1-2 is slapped to short. Hartnett Fields throws out number 2. Nice play by Ava Hartnett.
Yeah, and Wheaton will look for their defense to be stronger this game. They committed, I believe, 4 errors last game.
So the Wheaton defense, it's unchanged from the first game other than at pitcher. Behind home plate is Maddie Hillier, Kate Welch at first, Nori Kang at second, Ava Hartnett at short, and Livy Figueroa at third, as that is low for ball 1. Abby Whitehead is in right, Kennedy Kemp is in center, and Soleil Weaver is in left. That's outside. No, it's a called strike. 1-1. And this is a chopper, another play at short. Hartnett to first. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Wheaton, as that was Wismiller grounding out. 3 ground outs, though, get the job done for the Wheaton defense there in the top of the first, as we go to the bottom of the opening inning of Game 2 here on the CCAW Network. As expected, Gianna Serta in the circle to begin this one for Illinois Wesleyan. Did not end up with a save in that last game because the margin got to be within 4 runs in order for that to count. In the last inning you pitch. And Ava Hartnett will lead it off. Takes just inside. One change for Illinois Wesleyan defensively in this second game is behind the plate. Jillian Bullard is now catching instead of Claire Post, but Post is, I believe, still in the lineup. She's now the designated player, and out of the lineup has gone Maddie Poole. Otherwise, all the same for Illinois Wesleyan, so it's Bullard behind home plate. First base is Bosky. Second base is Bartles, as that's low. Shortstop is Beckman. And third base is Wismiller. We've got a sweatshirt on a right fielder right now as it's fouled straight back. You have, I believe, the Wilkins twins in left and center, respectively. It's Julia in left and Grace is in center. And I believe it's Riley McDaniel still in right. The 2-2 swung on and missed, strike 3. First strikeout of game 2. As stepping in now is Nori Kang. Kang in the first game today walked, popped out, and hit into a double play. Strike 1. Umpire in this game, second game. We've got a bit of a delayed signal on that strike call. And that's fouled straight back by Kang. The 0-2 from Serta in the dirt, ball 1. Alex Campbell and Stephanie Kishi with you here on the Wheaton Thunder Sports Network and the CCIW Network, as this is hit hard into center field. Sliding to make the attempted catch, but not able to reel it in was the center fielder, Grace Wilkins. And in the end, I think that'll get ruled a hit. Good contact there by Kang, and she is aboard. Her first hit of the day. Good effort out there in center by Wilkins.
Using her speed to cover a lot of ground. She's probably closer to that ball than she had any right to, just given.
I think she actually got there easier than she thought. She almost overran it.
That's true.
As stepping in now is Abby Whitehead. Whitehead had a home run in the first game today. Takes first pitch outside, ball 1. And then just ahead of that off-speed pitch and curves it off the roof of the adjacent building. The 1-1. Swung on and missed, 1-2. More off-speed there from Serta. Serta surrenders walks less frequently than any other player, any other pitcher in the conference so far this year. The 1-2 is popped foul. Serta entering today 14 walks in 53 innings pitched. They did throw 2 innings in the first game today. Another 1-2. Just getting a barrel on that ball is Whitehead, and it's enough. That's some great defensive hitting. Back-to-back singles for the Thunder.
Yeah, and Whitehead gets a lot of talk for her towering home runs, and rightly so. She has 5 on the year. But I think that just proves what a good hitter she is. She stuck out her bat and just made strong enough contact to kind of bloop that into left center.
And this brings up Mia Reinhardt. Reinhardt with the bunt. That's going to be a sacrifice. Well executed, and everyone moves up. But this is risky with 2 outs now. But that will bring up Kate Welch, who had a home run in that first game with runners on second and third.
Now batting number 28, Kate Welch.
And she takes strike 1. And what a boost this would be, Stephanie, if the Thunder could get on the board first in this game. And Welch fouls that straight back. 1-1. Excuse me, 0-2. Welch just looking to stay alive. Can she hit defensively well, like we saw from Whitehead? Flares this into shallow right, could be trouble, but making the catch is Bartles, who's been excellent defensively all day long, and that puts an end to the Thunder threat. First inning has come and gone. Nobody on the board yet in this second game of our doubleheader. Stay with us here on the CCAW Network. So Claire Post will lead it off here in the top of the second, and she takes low for ball 1. Post in game 1 went walk, single, RBI single, double, reached on an error. She scored 2 runs. Was on base 5 times. Takes outside, 2-0. No, that's a strike. I gotta really get used to waiting for to say if it's a ball or a strike, because the umpire doesn't tell us for a few beats. One and one. That is clearly a ball.
Chicken on Hillier. She looks okay, but I think it might have gone off, not her glove, which would be
Yeah,
painful.
I think she just got that ball came in low and took a bounce. The 2-1. That's high. 3-1 the count.
One thing I'm interested in this game, Alex, is you have Dylan Watson, a freshman for Wheaton, pitching against Gianna Serta, who is a senior with loads and loads of experience, and I'm really intrigued to see how these two will battle it out.
The 3-1 pitch is hit hard into right field, base hit. 6 consecutive plate appearances as she almost got thrown out. Nice throw by Whitehead. 6 consecutive times getting on base today for Claire Post. Next up is the shortstop, Anna Beckman. And we're going to see a running sub for Post as into the game. Second time we're going to see Paige Valor today, the freshman. So with the pinch runner sorted,
Number 16, Paige Veller. Now batting number 5, Anna Beckman.
Beckman steps in. Shows bunt and fouls it off as both corners came charging in for the Thunder. The 0-1 coming from Watson. Shows bunt again, and that ball is caught. Nice defensive play there by Livy Figueroa.
Just instinct and reflexes there to nab that.
Now batting number 21, Jillian Ballard.
Great play by Livy.
And so Jillian Ballard gets the start in game 2. Had a sacrifice fly in the first game as a pinch hitter. Not sure if that was a ball or a strike. This is hit to second. Kang will go to first for out number 2. Moves the runner up. Brings up Julia Wilkins.
Now batting for the Titans, number 32, Julia Wilkins.
Wilkins in game 1, a sack bunt, a single, another single, and a run scored, and a walk, and then a strikeout looking in her 5th play appearance. Swings at the first pitch and lines it into left. Runner will be held at third, and it's a single for Wilkins. Wheaton looking to get out of trouble. It was a story, Stephanie, of really the first half of game 1 that Illinois Wesleyan were leaving 2 or 3 runners on base in every inning. If you're Wheaton, you need them to do that again right here. As Bosky steps in. Had an RBI single in her first at bat last game. And the fake throw down to second as that's a stolen base standing up for Julia Wilkins. It's her first today, I believe. She's now 6 for 6 on the season, though it's easy to keep that 100% record when they're uncontested. The 0-1 is swung on and lifted into left center field. Long run for the Wheaton outfielders. They're not going to get there. It's to the wall. Both runs come home. It's a 2 RBI double, and the Titans lead 2-0.
Yeah, just some really solid contact by Bosky on that play.
So that's the pinch runner, Sutton.
Now batting number 9, Riley McDaniel.
And Julia Wilkins coming in to score as McDaniel, the number 9 hitter, wearing number 9, steps in with 2 outs and a runner on second. Takes high for ball 1. But once again, the Titans in front first. The 1-0 has high again. And again, you mentioned the pitching matchup of a senior versus a freshman, and this is where, as a freshman, Dylan Watson's got to find a way to shake off these last couple of bats and just limit the damage to 2 runs. The 2-0 is fouled hard over the third base dugout.
Luckily, it landed in some bushes. You know, if it hit the window, I wonder if it would have shattered, because that ball came fast off that bat.
You would hope that when they were picking windows for that building with a softball field right here, you would hope they picked maybe some plexiglass that's got some thickness to it. 2-1 pitch is in the dirt, 3-1.
But yeah, let's hope we don't have to figure out what the windows are made out of in lower Beamer over there.
Yeah, we don't need to know that so far, and let's hope that does not change. Three-one count. Ball 4. The inning continues.
The Titans, Grace Wilkins.
Top of the order, Grace Wilkins is up after the first walk surrendered by Watson in this game. Wilkins takes strike 1. 7th batter of the inning for Illinois Wesleyan. The 0-1 pitch is hit to second. Kang scoops and makes the play at first to end the inning. Wheaton get 2 runs on the board against them by the Titans. The Titans looking to complete a sweep and win their 14th straight over the Thunder today. If they can continue to build on this early lead, Wheaton coming to bat in the bottom of the second, looking for a response here on the CCAW Network. Quickly we go to the bottom of the second, where leading off is Madeline Hillier for Wheaton, and she takes ball 1 high. Hillier in game 1, a single, a line out, and a strikeout looking, with what I'll call a strawberry lemonade painted bat. And she connects in the right center field, shallow, and playing relatively shallow to make an easy play was Grace Wilkins. That brings up Livy Figueroa. Figueroa in game 1, a strikeout, a ground out, and a flyout. Actually, the flyout wasn't her, that was a pinch hitter, so she just went 0 for 2. Falls behind 0-1 here to Gianna Serta. Now 0-2. The 0-2 pitch is hit hard into right field, but on to make a sliding catch is Riley McDaniel. Nice play out and right. So an F8 and an F9 so far here, Stephanie, in this second inning. Wheaton making good contact, but hitting it right at him. And Watson, the pitcher now, will hit. Takes strike one. Watson on the season batting is 0 for 3 with 1 strikeout and 1 walk. Checks that swing up. Ball 1. The 1-1 from Serta in the dirt. 2-1. Serta, the graduate of Grays Lake North High School, now has appeared in 79 games for this Illinois Wesleyan team. The 2-1 is outside, 3-1. What a gift this would be to the Thunder if you can get your pitcher on board with a walk. There's always a cardinal sin in Major League Baseball when pitchers hit. And there it is. That is a walk to the pitcher. And that brings up Kennedy Kemp. Kemp in game 1 lined into a double play. Struck out and flew out to right. So looking for her first hit. First time on base today. Takes high again, that narrow strike zone for the short in stature center fielder. And that's in there at the knees for 1-1. Wind continuing to blow out of the east. One count is hit hard through the left side for a base hit. Multiple 2-out base runners here for Wheaton. And that'll bring up the top of the order in Ava Hartnett. And Hartnett takes strike 1. Hartnett struck out in her plate appearance last inning. Pops this up over my head. 0-2. Got your 8 and 9 hitters aboard to Wheaton, and you wouldn't want to squander that opportunity, even though it comes with 2 outs. 0-2 pitch coming from Serta. High and wide, ball 1. One, 2 is grounded towards second, and the tag is applied. It's a fielder's choice to end the inning when Wheaton threatened with 2 outs, but do not score after 2. It's 2 for the Titans, none for the Thunder. Softball on a Friday afternoon on the CCIW Network. third inning here at Wheaton College on this Easter weekend at Ruth Leedy Field.
Number 4,
Kelsey Bartels will get us started in the third inning. She grounded out to second base her first time up in this game with that aforementioned bomb pop bat. Also arguably the best flavor, in my opinion, of those prime coconut water drinks.
Do you drink Prime a lot, Alex?
I wouldn't say I do. But it's, again, they have done a really good job replicating the taste of that popsicle. Just right in the nostalgia if you're a kid who grew up in the 90s or the early 2000s. The 1-1 from Watson. Bartels shows bunt and lays one down. It'll be a race to first, and she'll win it without a throw. Bunt single. That's been a theme of the day for Illinois Wesleyan.
Yeah, they're just so good at bunting. I mean, with the exception of Beckman, who Figueroa had an incredible athletic play, they have just been laying down bunt after bunt quite successfully, whether it was moving runners up or getting bunt singles themselves.
Up comes Wismiller. Grounded out to Ava Hartnett at short her first time up. She tries the bunt, foul. It's basically what we've seen from Illinois Wesleyan today. As long as there's nobody out, they will just try to keep bunting and make you make a play defensively. And as you said, on Anna Beckman on her last trip to the plate, we saw Mia Reinhardt make that really nice play. Showing bunt. And then swinging chopper off the glove of the pitcher, and that took it away from Hartnett, who otherwise might have had a play. And call it another infield single. Confirmation that it is a hit. Back-to-back infield singles, 2 aboard, nobody out. And this is not what you want to see if you're Wheaton. And we're going to have a discussion at the mound before Claire Post, who again has come to the plate 6 times today and has reached base all 6 times. That on-base percentage and that OPS going up for her today. And with nobody out and 2 on, longer conversation here between Amanda Fazzari and her infield. Fazzari in her 3rd season, trying to build this Wheaton program. They finished 7th in the CCIW her first year, 6th last year, and they made an appearance in the conference tournament. That was their first conference tournament since 2019. 17 wins in her first year, 18 in her second, already 11 here in her 3rd. So again, it might not be exponential growth, Stephanie, but certainly under Fazzari so far, some definite progress for this Wheaton program. First pitch to Post is low. And if I'm Watson, I'm not sure I go particularly anywhere near the middle of the strike zone here against Claire Post. Beckman, much less of a power threat on deck. The 1-0 is taken for strike 1. Runners will stay as that ball popped out of the glove of Hillier. Watson, the 1-1, is off the plate wide, 2-1. Wind has shifted a bit now, blowing almost dead out of center, a little off center, coming out of the northeast. Just those wind currents that sometimes can whip off of Lake Michigan. The 2-1 is high and wide, 3-1. And now, Stephanie, it'll be interesting to see here. Does Watson challenge her here or more or less seed ball 4?
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. I mean, I'm sure Post has a green light with no outs to swing at a pitch in her wheelhouse, so I don't know.
3-1, and swing she does. Cut off And the force out at second. The runner will hold at third. Really nice play there between Nori Kang and Ava Hartnett, as that's a fielder's choice. But make that 7 from 7 for Post getting on base. As Beckman steps in. Again, popped up a bunt last time, and Figueroa made a nice play at third. 1 out, runners at the corners, so certainly would be surprised to see a bunt here, though the infield is back enough that maybe they would try a squeeze. That's outside, ball 1. One 0. Beckman takes low and outside, 2-0. Runners on the corners, 1 out. No runs in yet in the inning. They were able to turn runners in scoring position into runs in the second. Can they do it here in the third? Again, they've really struggled in the first few innings of game 1 to the Titans to do that. Ended up winning 10-3 anyway. Beckman takes high, 3-0. And now I wonder if there's a green light here, or if I kind of feel like this might be a take all the way situation. The 3-0 from Watson to Beckman is right down the middle for strike 1. Just a get me over pitch there from Dylan Watson. Three-one. Oh, that's a high strike call. Yeah, you can see what Beckman's doing. She's ducking crouching as that ball comes through, trying to buy the top of the strike zone. Umpire wasn't having it.
Yeah.
And now she's got to refocus on a full count. The 3-2. Swung on, line down the right field line and foul.
I mean, she had thrown the bat and everything to walk to first. But yeah, I feel like any time, whether you're the catcher or the hitter, you're always trying to manipulate that strike zone just a bit because, as they say, baseball and softball is a game of inches. So
absolutely,
you can make it look like it's a little higher than it really was or not.
As another 3-2 pitch is fouled away. Haven't noted this yet today, but Illinois Wesleyan, of course, last year went perfect in the CCIW. They went 16-0 in the regular season, and then they won 2 more games in the tournament. So make that effectively 18-0 in conference play last year. Another 3-2 is fouled off again. Quite a battle going here between Watson and Beckman. This was a 3-0 count. Beckman took 2 strikes and is now fouled off 3 3-2 pitches. We go again. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. What a job there by Dylan Watson.
That is a huge, huge confidence boost. Got 2 outs now, and you did it against a senior who last year was all CCIW first team.
First strikeout of the game for Dylan Watson. As in steps Ballard. Ground out to second, her first time up. Strike 1. As Dylan Watson looks to get out of this inning. Two infield singles, a fielder's choice, and a strikeout so far here in the top of the third. Swung on and missed, strike 2. The 0-2 from Watson. Ground ball to short. Hartnett across to first for out number 3. And the Thunder get out of that without conceding further. And they hold it to a 2-0 ball game as we head to the bottom of the third here in Wheaton on the CCIW network. Bottom of the third. We'll start with Nori Kang for the Thunder. Kang in her first trip in this game had a single. And early, Kang up 2-0. Now 3-0. No walks in the first 2 innings. Excuse me, there one walk. It was to Watson, the pitcher. Three-1 now from Serta. High foul ball out of play down the right side. 3-2. Full count is popped in the air right to shortstop, and Beckman makes an easy catch for out number 1. And here comes Abby Whitehead. A single in her first at bat.
Number 24, Abby Whitehead.
Got the Wheaton offense going with that solo home run in game number 1, and it was in the 3rd inning. Takes outside, ball 1. Swung on right up the middle. Base hit. And a second single of the ball game for Whitehead. That brings up Mia Reinhard. Swings at the first pitch and pops it up shallow left, long run, but over to make the catch is Beckman for out number 2. And with two outs, Kate Welch will come to the plate.
number 28, Kate Welch.
Off-speed pitch for strike one. Froze Welch there. And I think the umpire might be saying that missed high. But again, Welch is 6 foot tall, so that pitch was certainly below the letters. Thunder will take it, 1-1 count. And that's outside, 2-1. This is lifted in the air, drifting out of play down the right side. And in the end, it's just a high looping strike, 2-2.
She definitely had Welch fooled there. Good job by Welch to make contact with that, but
the 2-2 from Serta is fouled off her ankle by Welch. Hopefully she's all right. I'm gonna walk it off.
Serta came back with a fastball on that pitch. Do you think she'll go back with another fastball or try and pull the string?
With 2-2, my guess is we're gonna see something off speed here. I would guess off speed, low and away. Came with the heat, fouled off. Look out for the car. Nearly missing 2 cars was that ball. Another 2-2 pitch upcoming. Battling here with 2 outs. That's a bouncer in the dirt. Full count. 3-2 with 2 outs here in the third. Thunder looking to get on the board here in game 2. Welch had that 2-run homer in game 1. Chopper to the left side. Beckman makes the play. Throw to first is not in time. Throw over to third. Also not in time. And it's a hit for Welch. And a 2-out rally opportunity once again here for the Thunder. They didn't convert on it last time. Can they here as Madeline Hillier steps into the box? She flew out to center in her first at bat.
Yeah, Beckman just a little off balance on that throw, and credit to Welch for hustling down that line.
Runners on the corners, 2 down. Swinging at the first pitch and palming it up on the infield. Bartles makes the catch and ends the inning. 2 runners left on base again by the Thunder. We'll go to the 4th, still 2-0 Titans here in game 2 on the CCIW network. Julia Wilkins to lead off the top of the 4th inning here at Ruth Leedy Field. Alex Campbell and Stephanie Kishi with you on the Wheaton Thunder Sports Network and the CCIW Network, wherever you are watching us. Thank you for joining us on this Friday afternoon for this rescheduled doubleheader. If you've seen the forecast for tomorrow, I'm sure you understand why these games were being played today instead. Also frees up everybody's Saturday a little bit more, even though I assume we will all be doing inside activities. The 1-0 pitch is 2-0. Wilkins, her first time up in this game, singled and then scored a run, stole a base in there as well.
I wonder if the Wilkins twins ever have races to see who's faster, because they're both very quick.
They're both very quick. One of them, I'll have to double check here in a second, is listed as an inch taller than the other. That's a foul ball. Yeah, so Julia is listed at 5'4", Grace at 5'3". But again, they look alike enough that I'm sure they are mistaken for each other, or have been in the past a fair amount. 2-1 is another bouncer. The 3-1 from Watson is in the dirt again. Seemed like she was struggling with her control a bit in that at-bat. 3 of the 4 balls bouncers before they got to the plate. And that's a dangerous walk to concede to the speedy Julia Wilkins.
The Titans number 18, Isabella Bosky.
I mean, they were clearly looking for something low, but unfortunately just couldn't quite get that ball low into the strike zone.
That brings up Bosky, who had a 2 RBI double last time up, the only runs batted in this game. Takes strike 1, I believe. That's a stolen base. We'll have to double check with the ump. It was ball 1. So another stolen base for Wilkins. The 1-0 is in the dirt again. Everything bouncing. She'll go for third and get there. Aggressive base running by the Titans, and Julie Wilkins has her to third base with no outs and a 2-0 count for Bosky. And they're going to take a timeout here, Wheaton, to talk things over. I'm not sure who initiated this. It looked to me like this is Livy Figueroa, the senior third baseman, called this timeout.
Yeah, and as someone who also catches, I'm sure she knows exactly what's going through Dylan Watson's mind right now. And smart of her to just call a break and reset.
The 2-0 from Watson. Low again. Everything low right now from the freshman pitcher. The 3-0. That's low. Ball 4. And you wonder here, if you're Amanda Fazzari, if you think about trying to expedite a pitching move here, because if Watson's not going to be able to find the strike zone, maybe it's just one of those days. So a 4-pitch walk. Back-to-back walks to begin this inning, and it's runners on the corners and nobody out for the 9-hitter, McDaniel. Swinging at the first pitch, which might have been another ball in the dirt had she taken, but Was maybe just anticipating a get me over pitch, and instead swings through that one, 0-1.
Yeah, it's interesting because, I mean, Watson struck out Beckman last inning and definitely found the strike zone there.
And that's a foul ball bunt. That was a squeeze attempt. Or heck, maybe just an attempt at a bunt single to load the bases, but I don't know why that would be the intent.
Yeah, with no outs.
The 0-2 is fouled off. Ball goes bouncing through the plaza. Hard ground ball up the middle, base hit. One run is in, second run coming in. It's a 2 RBI single by McDaniel to double the lead. So the 8 and 9 hitters coming through with all 4 RBIs so far in this game.
Yeah, and if you're the opposing side, that's usually never a good sign when the bottom of the order is queuing up lots of runs and generating base runners.
McDaniel takes off for second, ball bounces and she's safe, stolen base. And this is very much a smell blood in the water situation for the Illinois Wesleyan Titans, and they are they're just gonna floor it here and put all the pressure they can on Wheaton and this freshman pitcher.
And freshman catcher, too. And then freshman middle infielders, and you got Figueroa, who's a senior at third, and Welch, who I believe is a sophomore. So
Correct.
Quite a young team right now.
Very young Wheaton team. Showing bunt and pulling away twice. Wilkins up 2-0, the leadoff hitter, with nobody out. She has grounded out to Nori Kang in both her first 2 at-bats. Seems intent on moving McDaniel over to third. 2-0. And that ball is high off the backstop, and McDaniel gets to third anyway. So now it's a 3-0 count. The bunt is off. And looking at possibly a third walk of the inning, it would be, and if it's a ball here, it would be the second of the 4-pitch variety. The 3-0 is in there for strike one. The 3-1 is bunted foul. Interesting. Again, I think the play there is you're kind of just looking for a free path to first base because the team might not want to throw it and risk conceding the run, but now it's a full count from 3-0. We saw Dylan Watson get out of a situation just like this earlier in the game. Can she do it again? 3-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Great work again by the freshman pitcher. Out number 1.
Yeah, Watson's really having to dig deep here mentally, just trying to get through.
Very formative experience,
Yes,
you'd have to
for
mention.
sure.
Your CCIW debut, and it's against the juggernaut in this conference that is the Illinois Wesleyan Titans. 1 down. Bartels holds off on the bunt attempt, ball 1 high. We can't see to the Wheaton bullpen, but I can tell you there is action in the Illinois Wesleyan bullpen. Though I can't tell you who it is throwing. That bunt rolls foul. Illinois Wesleyan, though, sending a really clear message. They want to put the pressure on the Wheaton defense to make a play.
Yeah, and we saw last game that the Wheaton defense was unfortunately not up to the challenge, committing 4 errors. So I think it's a wise choice by Illinois Wesleyan.
Yeah, you can certainly see where Coach Tiffany Prager's coming from with that strategy. Bartell gets the bunt down. It's a squeeze to the plate. Flip, the tag, safe.
No.
Wheaton did what they could, but in the end, sliding underneath the tag was McDaniel. And it's 5-0.
Yeah, I thought there might have been a slight chance because she did get her on the head, but of course.
Left hand got in first.
Yes. I mean, Welch did the best she could, but whenever you have a bit high of a throw and you have to come down with the tag to hit her on the head, just beautifully executed by Illinois Wesleyan.
And now here's Wismiller. Still just 1 out. Ball 1. Wismiller has grounded to short and singled. The 1-0 now from Watson. Once again, cloudy and windy and cold here in Wheaton. This is into right field. That ball is down for a base hit. And just getting to second in time is Bartels because she wasn't sure if that was going to be caught. But it's a single, and the inning just keeps rolling here for the Titans. As that brings up Claire Post. Again, 7 plate appearances today in total for Post. On base all 7 times. To begin the day, her OPS was 901. I think it might be over 1,000 by now. Swinging at the first pitch and hammering it into center field. Runner is sent around from third. Will score 6-0. Another trip to the base paths and an RBI for Post on a 3rd straight single by the Titans.
Yeah, this is when those walks issued to the first 2 batters really come back to bite you because these are just solid hits. Well, with the exception of that sack, or I guess the squeeze by Bartels. Wismiller and Post have had some really solid hits.
And now Illinois Wesleyan, it's unfortunate to say this, they have a new target. And that target is to get 2 more runs in this inning. And open up the door to the run rule. They've got this in the next inning to get to that 8-run margin. The 1-0. Taking high is Beckman. Beckman in this second game. A pop out to third and a strikeout looking. So she's looking for her first trip on base here in game 2, and she's got the catbird seat at 2-0. Swings and fouls it away. A lot of hard work here for Dylan Watson, the freshman pitcher in this inning. 4 runs have scored, and the Thunder have only recorded 1 out. 2 runners are on, and that's a chopper foul. Boy, could Wheaton use a ground ball up to one of the middle infielders right now. But Beckman is speedy. Turning a double play would be difficult. Two-two. Swung on, line down, foul on the right field side. 3 straight foul balls to the right. Just a little late. Let's see, can Watson maybe go off speed and pull the string? A 4th 2-2 pitch is going to result in the 5th 2-2 pitch. 2-2 again. High, full count. Still just one out here in the fourth. The 3-2 from Watson is into right field on a line and caught. Runner thought about tagging, and in the end will be chased back to third base. 2 down.
Abby White showing off. White had to showing off why she has such a why she's in right field with that strong arm. I actually thought she had a chance to double off the runner at first, which would have been great. They would have escaped the inning, but obviously, I don't think she did anything wrong sending it home. But I did think that she had a chance to double off that runner on first.
Another mound meeting here, and we're gonna have a position player in the pitch here. And coming in from center field is Kennedy Kemp. And surprising with 2 outs here that we're going to see Dylan Watson go out of this game. So Watson goes 3 2/3, 6 runs conceded. Checking for if there's been any errors. There have not, so those are all earned. And in comes Kennedy Kemp, so far pitching this year. 2 starts, 5 total appearances, 4 2/3. Has conceded 14 runs, but 7 of them were unearned.
Yep. Which is tough as a pitcher because it makes like your numbers look pretty good, but that just does end up in runs being scored and losses and all that good stuff. Or not, I shouldn't say good stuff, that's bad. All of those things that you don't want to see. You don't want to see any numbers on that scoreboard other than a 0, no matter if your numbers look good or not. And then I think Mia Reinhardt was put in left field.
Yes.
And Weaver's moving to center.
Yeah, Weaver is in center. Reinhardt, the designated player, has gone to left. And that's ball 1. And the flex is Weaver, so we'll see if she then goes into the batting order for in Watson's place. That would be the default thing to happen, but when that spot in the order comes up, Wheaton can choose to sub in somebody else to be effectively a DH then at that point. And that's 3-0. Not much time to warm up there for Kemp either, so she's just got to straight into the fire here down 3-0. Again, I'm a little confused why you'd make this pitching change now with Watson having gotten to 2 outs. That's a 4-pitch walk, and the bases are loaded.
They're going to bat around.
Then they have. Around they've gone. This will be the 10th hitter of the inning. And it's Julia Wilkins. She got all this started with a walk, and then she scored. First pitch swinging, fly ball, shallow left. Is not caught. 1 run is in. 2 runs are in. And it's 8-0. And that's tough. Reinhardt comes in, and the first ball hit her way is an E7 and 2 runs. Well, now that that unearned run ratio for Kemp just got weirder.
Well, aren't those runs charged to Watson?
That is true. So
so Watson's got a lot.
yeah,
today.
that's the thing. It wouldn't be. You're right. It wouldn't be charged unless that runner who's now on second
Yes.
scores. Then that's an unearned
Yeah.
run. Yeah.
Baseball, softball, and baseball statistics, everyone.
Yeah. No. This is this inning has been a bit of a mess.
Yeah.
It's
Tough for Reinhardt over there. I mean, that was a hard ball to read, but just wish you could have gotten that one.
That's outside, 2-1. And again, we are now at that 8-run margin. That if Wheaton can't get it narrower by the end of the 5th, that'll be that. This ball into right field. Whitehead is under it to finally, after 11 batters, end the inning. A crooked number goes up on the board, 6 in the frame for the Illinois Wesleyan Titans. They lead 8-0 at the midpoint of the fourth. We'll take a break here on the CCIW Network. Bottom of the fourth, and Wheaton need anything. This is Livy Figueroa stepping to the dish. Figueroa flew out to right field in her first at bat. I do have to shout out for helping us get through this weather. Stephanie came through clutch and brought an extra blanket from her apartment in between games. And then also shout out to the coffee shop inside the Wheaton Public Library for having the same hours as the library. And that large hot green tea coming in real handy. It's been a team effort here on the first baseline to get us through this one. Softly hit. And Anna Beckman's been busy in game 2. Makes the catch that time for out number 1.
Yeah, I know. The sun, I think, it's really just the sun, the fact that the sun disappeared. I feel like the wind didn't get exponentially worse, but the sun disappeared and
that is
suddenly, tough. Yeah.
And let's see, batting in this spot now, this is Natalie McCagran is your pinch hitter / basically DH. Sends this into right field. It's down for a base hit, and she does her job. Wheaton will hope that's the start of a rally. As Kemp, now the pitcher, comes up. Kemp hit a single. Her first time up in this game. Serta with the fastball on the outside corner for strike 1. Well, we hope wherever you are warmer than we are. If you are not, go inside or call an HVAC repairman. Swing and a miss on the high heat, 0-2. The 0-2 is high, ball 1. Top of the order on deck, Ava Hartnett for Wheaton. The 1-2 pitch is fouled off. Still a handful of players out there braving the elements with short sleeves. Kemp is one of them. The only ones on defense are the Wilkins twins. That's a bouncer, 2-2. 2-2. Low. Full count.
Good at bat by Kemp.
Absolutely. Wheaton just looking to manufacture something here in the fourth to give themselves a chance at this game going beyond 5 innings. Line drive is off the glove of Bartles, but now there's going to be a play at second, and it's a force out. Tough position there for McAgron to be in, but in the end, it will go down as a bit of a bizarre fielder's choice.
Yeah, I just don't think she heard the first base coach tell her that it was
Off the bat,
yes.
I think, especially down 8 runs, I think that's a situation where off the bat you have to take the risk. And if the second baseman makes an awesome play,
then the second baseman makes an awesome play.
Yeah, then it happens. It's a double play, and again, you got to go for it.
Kemp stole second or advanced.
I was gonna say when I did not. I was.
Or defensive indifference or whatever they call it.
Yeah, Kemp is at second magically. Don't know how that happened. 1-0. That's lined into left field, base hit, and Kemp will be held. But the inning continues on the single to left by Ava Hartnett. And again, maybe something brewing here. Again with 2 outs though.
With runners at the corners and 2 outs, Wheaton haven't been able to cash anything.
And this is the 3rd time in this game in 4 innings they have been in this situation.
Every single inning. So let's hope this
and
is the.
They have not scored yet.
Let's hope this is the one where they break it. I do think it was a smart choice to keep Kemp
no,
there.
that would not have been wise. All right, here's Nori Kang. Can she come through? As Hartnett, jogs over to second base. Second and third. Nori Kang has 7 RBIs on the season. Could really use 2 more right here. The 1-0 from Serta is in the dirt but swung on and missed. A little too aggressive there by Kang, 1-1.
Yeah, I think the trick for Kang is just to play her game. She does not usually open up the strike zone like that. That was, still a pretty wicked pitch, but I think she just needs to play her game and grind out this at-bat.
Pops it up on the
I spoke
infield.
too soon.
Well, Wissmiller makes the catch, and for the 3rd time in 4 innings, the Wheaton Thunder leave 2 runners on base. We will go to the 5th. 8-0 Illinois Wesleyan looking to complete the sweep early, or maybe not early on the clock given how slow game 1 was, but early in this second game, they'll go to the 5th inning looking to do just that here on the CCIW Network.
Number 9, Riley McDaniel.
McDaniel, the 9 hitter, and then we'll go to the top of the order after an inning last time where Illinois Wesleyan sent 11 to the plate, and 6 of those players scored. Ball 1 from Kennedy Kemp, who remains as the pitcher. McDaniel so far in this one, a walk and a 2 RBI single. Chopper to second. Kang makes the play, throws to first, out number 1. Top of the order. And here's Grace Wilkins. Wilkins 2 groundouts to second and a strikeout.
Number 25, Grace Wilkins.
Would not be surprised to see her swing at the first pitch here. Well, went for the bunt again. It's ball 1. I'm not sure the bunt first strategy is really in keeping with the state of this game at 8-0, but here we are, 2-0. Swinging and lifting this into shallow center field. On to make the catch is Soleil Weaver. For out number 2.
She had to cover a lot of ground to get there.
So in this game, too, despite the scoring, leadoff hitter Wilkins 0 for 4. As that'll bring up Kelsey Bartles. Bartles, a ground out, a bunt single, 2 bunt singles. The second one plated a run and had an RBI. But with 2 outs, doubt that'll be the strategy here. In the dirt, 2-0. Needing runs, Wheaton in the bottom of the 5th will have the heart of the order, Whitehead, Reinhard, and Welch. This is awkward bouncer to second, and the out. 1, 2, 3 in the top of the 5th. Do or die time for the Wheaton offense. We'll take another quick break here on the CCIW Network. Wheaton need to score, or this doubleheader will be a sweep for the Titans. Let's see what the heart of this order can come up with. We have a sub at second base that we can't see her number. It's Annika Brown, junior from Bloomington, Illinois. So local Illinois Wesleyan is at second base. And the first pitch swinging by Whitehead is lifted down the right side and foul. Gianna Serta is looking for the 5-inning complete game if she can keep a 0 on the board. Otherwise, we'll go to the 6th. Abby Whitehead in game 2. 2 singles. Up the middle, make it 3. 3 for 3 and 3 singles for 24 and White.
Excellent adjustment there. I don't know if she knew that an off-speed was coming, but she actually moved her feet forward in the batter's box, I think, to have a better shot at squaring that ball up, which she did.
Just got to get runners on right now. If you're Wheaton, you need anybody to cross the plate in this inning, and you'd prefer it to be several people. Reinhardt steps in, takes ball 1 high. Again, we've seen periodic activity in the Illinois Wesleyan bullpen the last couple innings. There is none right now. So it looks like it's going to be Gianna Serta's inning, no matter what happens. The 1-0 is taken on the outside corner for strike 1.
Yeah, I think the trick here for Wheaton is going to be aggressive, but not overtly.
Yeah, not reckless.
Yes, exactly. You don't want to expand the strike zone any more than you need it to be.
The 1-1 is popped straight in the air, and I'm not going to quite catch it, but, you know, not off by too much.
One of the closer ones towards us.
Just looping up and over the barrier. The 1-2 pitch to Reinhard is lifted in the air, but will be an easy play at second base for the substitute Brown for out number 1. As in steps Kate Welch, had that home run in the first game. Is 1 for 2 with a single in this one. Off-speed pitch. Misses. Ball 1. (2-0). Good spot here for Welch. Madeline Hillier on deck. High 3-0. And maybe not surprisingly, they're not interested in maybe giving anything to hit here to Kate Welch. The 3-0 is right down the middle. Taking all the way was Welch, 3-1.
This is an interesting spot, I think, for both the batter and hitter.
Yeah, Welch, though, now you got to swing at anything that's close. Hits it hard off the third baseman, and it bounces into center field for a base hit. Don't know if there's much more Wismiller could have done. That was a rocket to third base. She's going to be checked on briefly here to make sure she's okay. 2 on, though, and 1 out now for the Thunder.
Yeah, that's just a scary ball to have coming at you.
Yeah, because Welch caught all of that one, and it looks like Wismiller's going to be good to stay in the game.
Probably definitely helped that it took a bounce before coming at her. Else
Absolutely.
You might have seen something a lot worse.
Also helps it's not her throwing hand.
That's true. Yeah, it does look like it came off of her arm rather than her
it's
chest, which would have absorbed it a little bit better, but...
That's going to leave a bruise, hopefully nothing else.
Yes.
All right, so 1 out and 2 runners on. In steps Hillier. In this game, she has flown out to center and popped out to second. Strike 1. The 0-1. Swung on, ground ball, could be 2, to second for 1, to first, double play, and that'll do it. An emphatic finish for Illinois Wesleyan as they win game 2 in 5 innings, 8-0, capped off by some excellent defense. And really, in a lot of ways, Stephanie, that's a great encapsulation of what makes this Illinois Wesleyan team great. They're good on defense, their fundamentals are solid, and they take their opportunities, and they improve to 4-0 in CCIW play here early in the 2026 conference slate.
Yeah, just a tough day for Wheaton, both on the offensive and defensive sides. Yeah, I think you said it perfectly, Alex, and Wheaton will look to rebound and just hopefully take a lot of good things from this game. Or both games, I should say, because despite that lopsided score, you still had people like freshman Dylan Watson. I mean, she fought for every single pitch that she threw, and even though it didn't go her way, I mean, that's still a huge learning experience against, as we mentioned, a perennial powerhouse in Illinois Wesleyan.
Wesleyan now 14 consecutive wins against the Wheaton Thunder and looking to keep it going as a powerhouse in this conference. Again, next up here for Illinois Wesleyan, they'll go to Lake Forest for some non-conference action for a Tuesday doubleheader. Meanwhile, for Wheaton, they are at Benedictine on Tuesday. That is going to do it, though, for our broadcast today here on the Wheaton Thunder Sports Network and the CCIW Network. For our entire crew here at Wheaton today, and for my broadcast partner, Stephanie Kishi, I'm Alex Campbell saying so long from Wheaton and from Ruth Leedy Field. We'll see you next time. Enjoy your weekend, everyone. And thanks for joining us for this Friday doubleheader of CCIW Softball.